Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if, on a fog-kissed Sunday morning in Victorian London, peace itself became the greatest mystery of all, wrapped in cipher and shadow? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you drifting towards sleep's edge, let me know where in the world you're listening. These stories travel far on whispered winds. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The morning sun struggles through London's eternal embrace of fog and coal smoke, casting everything in shades of pearl and amber. Sunday mornings in the great city possess a peculiar quality, a stillness that feels almost sacred, as if the bustling metropolis has finally exhaled after holding its breath all week. The cobblestones glisten with dew that tastes faintly of soot and possibility, while the Thames whispers ancient secrets to anyone patient enough to listen. At 221 B. Baker Street, this Sunday morning unfolds like a gentle sonnet written in smoke and shadow. The building itself stands with quiet dignity among its neighbours, its brick facade weathered by countless London seasons, each one leaving its mark like lines on a beloved face. The windows reflect the soft light with the wisdom of glass that has witnessed both triumph and tragedy, though today promises only the peaceful mysteries that Sundays are meant to hold. Mrs. Hudson moves through the lower floors with the practiced grace of a woman who has learned to navigate around the eccentricities of genius. Her footsteps create a gentle rhythm on the wooden floors, tap, tap, pause, tap, as she tends to the morning rituals that keep 221B Baker Street functioning like a well-oiled pocket watch. The scent of her freshly baked scones drifts upward through the building, mixing with the lingering aroma of pipe tobacco and that indefinable smell of old books and older mysteries. Victorian London on a Sunday morning is a creature of contradictions, much like a cat that purrs while sharpening its claws. The streets that normally thunder with the hooves of hansom cabs and the wheels of omnibuses now murmur with softer sounds. Church bells calling the faithful to worship, the clip-clop of a solitary horse, the distant cry of a newspaper boy whose enthusiasm hasn't yet been dampened by the fog. Even the fog itself seems gentler today, wrapping around lampposts and doorways like a grey silk shawl, rather than the thick, choking blanket it becomes on weekdays. The social machinery of Victorian society operates even on Sundays, though at a more leisurely pace. Servants still serve, though with perhaps a lighter step. Gentlemen still gentlemen, though with loosened cravats and a touch more humanity showing around the edges. Lady still lady, though their corseted composure might soften just enough to allow for a genuine smile at a street musician's melody. Sunday in London is permission to be slightly more human than the rest of the week allows. In the rooms above Mrs. Hudson's domain, two figures embody this Sunday morning tranquillity in their own particular ways. Dr. John Watson sits in his favourite chair, a leather armchair that has moulded itself to his form over countless evenings of reading and reflection. The morning light filters through the window beside him, illuminating the pages of the Times spread across his lap like a map of the world's daily concerns. His moustache, meticulously maintained as befits a gentleman of his standing, twitches slightly as he reads an editorial about the proposed expansion of the London Underground. Watson's hands, steady from years of medical practice and steadied further by military service in Afghanistan, hold the newspaper with the same careful attention he once gave to surgical instruments. The paper rustles softly with each turn of the page, a sound as comforting as rain on windows or the crackling of a well-tended fire. His reading glasses perch on his nose with the dignified air of spectacles that have witnessed many revelations, both literary and literal. Across the room, in a pose that would challenge the skills of any portrait artist attempting to capture relaxation personified, Sherlock Holmes demonstrates that even the most active minds can find moments of perfect stillness. He lies stretched across the sofa, with the boneless grace of a cat in a sunbeam, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, eyes closed but somehow still observant. His aquiline profile creates a shadow on the wall that shifts slightly with each breath, as if even his shadow is thinking. Holmes's dressing gown, an elaborate affair of burgundy silk with gold threading that speaks of taste rather than vanity, drapes around him like the robes of some medieval scholar, lost in contemplation of universal truths. His dark hair, usually swept back with scientific precision, has relaxed into softer waves that catch the morning light and release it in gentle gleams. The silence between the two men is not the absence of communication, but rather its most perfect form. Years of partnership have taught them the value of comfortable quiet, the way two instruments in an orchestra can create harmony even in their rests. Watson's occasional soft exhalation, as he encounters something amusing in his paper, receives an almost imperceptible smile from Holmes, who appears to be asleep but is actually cataloguing the 17 different sounds the building makes on a Sunday morning, and what each reveals about its inhabitants. Mrs. Hudson's movements downstairs follow a pattern Holmes has long since memorised. Kitchen to pantry, 14 steps. Pantry to dining room, 8 steps. A pause to adjust something on the mantelpiece. She favours the left side of the mantel, suggesting a slight preference for her dominant hand's reach. Then back to the kitchen, where she will begin preparation for the midday meal. The predictability of it creates a sort of domestic music, a Sunday symphony in B-flat mundane. The room itself exhales comfort from every surface. Books line the walls with the patient dignity of knowledge waiting to be consulted, their leather spines creating a rainbow of browns, burgundies and deep blues. The Persian rug beneath Holmes's sofa bears the faint impressions of countless pacing sessions, each worn thread a testament to problems solved and mysteries unravelled. The fireplace, though currently hosting only the ghost of last night's warmth, retains the echo of cosy evenings and animated discussions that have shaped both men's understanding of the world. On the mantelpiece, Holmes's pipe collection stands in a neat array, each one a tool for specific types of thinking. The clay pipe for simple deductions, the meerschaum for complex problems requiring sustained attention, the old briar root for cases that demand patience and intuition. Even in repose, they seem ready for service, like soldiers at ease but still alert. Watson turns a page with deliberate slowness, savouring both the rustle of newsprint and the luxury of time to actually read, rather than merely scan headlines between more urgent pursuits. An article about the latest archaeological discoveries in Egypt catches his attention, and he finds himself mentally composing a letter to his old friend from medical school, who now practices in Alexandria. The mundane pleasure of having time for such thoughts feels almost sinful in its indulgence. The ancient Egyptians, Holmes murmurs without opening his eyes, built their tombs to last for eternity, but filled them with objects meant for daily use. Rather suggests they expected the afterlife to include a great deal of practical inconvenience. Watson doesn't startle at this apparent mind-reading. He's long since ceased to be surprised by Holmes's ability to follow the thread of his thoughts. Instead, he chuckles softly. Perhaps they simply understood that comfort is universal, whether in this life or the next. Holmes's fingers adjust slightly, a gesture that somehow conveys both agreement and the reservation that comes with finding any problem too simple, though one wonders what Mrs. Hudson would make of trying to maintain a pyramid. The dust alone would drive her to distraction. The image of their long-suffering landlady attempting to sweep sand from the chambers of a pharaoh's tomb strikes both men as delightfully absurd. Watson's laugh is warm and genuine, the kind that comes from shared understanding rather than mere wit. Holmes's smile deepens, though his eyes remain closed, and for a moment the consulting detective looks remarkably like a contented schoolboy. Outside, London continues its Sunday morning routine with the methodical patience of a city that has learned to pace itself. A church bell tolls the hour 9 o'clock, and is answered by others across the city, creating a gentle cascade of bronze voices that seems to bless the morning air. The sound rolls across rooftops and down narrow alleys, bounces off the Thames and whispers through Hyde Park, binding the great metropolis together in a moment of shared time. The fog shifts and swirls with the lazy persistence of cream stirred into tea, revealing and concealing the city's features like a skilled magician managing the attention of his audience. A gaslight flickers to life somewhere down Baker Street, though whether from necessity or habit, only its tender knows. The sound of hoofbeats approaches and recedes, someone heading to an early church service perhaps, or a doctor called to attend a Sunday morning emergency that couldn't wait for Monday's more civilised hours. Holmes's breathing has settled into the rhythm of deep relaxation, though Watson knows better than to assume his friend is actually asleep. The detective's mind operates on multiple levels simultaneously, capable of rest and vigilance at the same time. It's a skill that Watson, with his more straightforward military mindset, finds both admirable and occasionally exhausting. Even in repose, Holmes resembles a violin string perfectly tuned, capable of beautiful music, but never entirely without tension. The morning light continues its slow progression across the room, revealing details that harsher illumination might obscure. Dust motes dance in the golden beams like tiny spirits, celebrating their moment in the sun before returning to invisibility. The light catches the edge of Holmes's cheekbone, creates a warm glow on the leather of Watson's chair, transforms the ordinary sitting room into something almost magical. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps pause below, followed by the soft sound of her humming a hymn, Watson realises, though he can't quite identify which one. The melody drifts upward through the floorboards with the same gentle persistence as the scent of her baking, adding another layer to the morning's peaceful symphony. Her voice, worn smooth by years of both joy and sorrow, carries the contentment of someone who has found her place in the world and made peace with its dimensions. A pigeon lands on the windowsill with a soft thump, followed by the sound of its feet, tiny scratches against the wooden sill as it settles itself comfortably. Holmes's left eyebrow twitches slightly, suggesting he's catalogued the visitor and deemed it harmless. The pigeon itself seems unimpressed by the significance of its perch, focusing instead on the important business of preening its feathers with the concentrated attention of a Victorian lady adjusting her bustle. Watson sets down his newspaper with a satisfied sigh, the kind that comes from having actually absorbed what he's read, rather than merely processed it. The newspaper settles into its folds with a whisper, and Watson removes his reading glasses, cleaning them with the careful attention of a man who values both his tools and his rituals. The gesture is meditative, repetitive, soothing in its complete ordinariness. "Ya was thinking," Watson says, his voice barely above a murmur, of perhaps taking a walk through Regent's Park later. The weather seems inclined toward cooperation. Holmes's response comes without hesitation, as if he's been considering the same possibility. The rose garden should be reaching its second bloom. October roses possess a different character than their June cousins, less ambitious perhaps, but more philosophical. Philosophical roses. They've survived the full season. They know things their younger selves could never imagine. Watson considers this with the seriousness Holmes's observations always deserve, even when they venture into seemingly whimsical territory. Rather like people, I suppose. Rather like people who've learned to appreciate Sunday mornings. The conversation settles into comfortable silence again, punctuated only by the distant sounds of a London waking slowly to its day of rest. Somewhere a door closes softly. A horse whickers in what might be contentment or mild complaint with horses, Watson reflects. It's often difficult to distinguish between the two. The pigeon on the windowsill shifts position with a small flutter of wings before settling back into its comfortable vigil. Holmes opens his eyes suddenly, not with the sharp alertness that usually signals the arrival of a case, but with the gradual awareness of someone emerging from deep thought. He studies the ceiling for a moment, his gaze following the familiar crack that runs from the light fixture toward the window. A crack that appeared during the adventure of the dancing men, and has since served as an occasional focal point for particularly complex deductions. "Do you ever wonder, Watson," Holmes says, his voice carrying the drowsy speculation of a man thinking aloud, "what our Sunday mornings were like before we became accustomed to each other's presence? is an unusually personal question from a man who typically treats introspection like a mildly distasteful, but occasionally necessary medicine. Watson considers it with the gravity it deserves, casting his mind back to those solitary Sundays in his lodgings before Baker Street became home. Quieter, Watson says finally, but not more peaceful. Holmes turns his head to regard his friend with eyes that hold approval and something deeper, gratitude, perhaps, though neither man would be comfortable naming it directly. Precisely. Solitude and peace are not synonymous, despite what the poets would have us believe. The poets, Watson observes with gentle humour, have never had to spend Sunday morning with Sherlock Holmes, a tragic oversight in their education. Both men smile at this, and the smile seems to linger in the air between them like the echo of a bell. Outside, the morning continues its leisurely progress toward noon, bringing with it the promise of Mrs. Hudson's roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, the possibility of that walk through Regent's Park, and the comfortable certainty that some puzzles are worth solving slowly. The doorbell rings. The sound cuts through the morning's tranquillity with the sharp efficiency of a blade through silk. Both men freeze, Watson's hand pausing halfway to his teacup, Holmes's fingers stopping their gentle drumming against his chin. The bell's echo seems to hang in the air longer than physics would strictly allow, as if the very room is reluctant to acknowledge this intrusion into their perfect Sunday morning. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps change rhythm immediately, from the leisurely pace of someone enjoying her morning routine to the brisker tempo of duty calling. Her footsteps cross the hallway below with surprising speed for a woman of her years, pause at the door, then return accompanied by a second set of footsteps. These new steps are lighter, quicker, with an irregular pattern that speaks of anxiety or distress. Holmes has risen from the sofa with the fluid grace of a cat disturbed from a sunbeam, his transformation from languid philosopher to alert detective occurring in the space between one heartbeat and the next. His dressing gown settles around him with a whisper of silk, and his hands automatically smooth back his hair, a gesture so habitual that Watson suspects Holmes performs it even in his sleep. "A woman," Holmes murmurs, his head tilted toward the sounds below. Young, well-dressed, but not fashionably so. Practical clothing rather than decorative. She's walked some distance in damp weather, but not through puddles, suggesting she chose her route carefully. Her steps suggest urgency contained by good breeding. Watson has folded his newspaper with practised efficiency, and straightened his waistcoat, though he makes no move to rise from his chair. Years of partnership have taught him that Holmes's initial observations are best received without interruption, like the opening notes of a symphony that sets the key for everything that follows. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifts up from below, muffled by distance and intervening floors, but clearly engaged in the sort of polite conversation that precedes either invitation or dismissal. The visitor's voice responds. A woman's voice, as Holmes predicted, with the clear diction of education and the slight breathiness of controlled emotion. "She's trying not to cry," Watson observes quietly. Holmes nods, his eyes focused on the middle distance where he constructs his theories, like an architect planning a cathedral. Grief, but not fresh grief. This is the controlled sorrow of someone who has had time to compose herself for public presentation. A loss, but not a sudden one. The footsteps below have paused, presumably while Mrs. Hudson considers whether to disturb her tenant's Sunday morning tranquillity. The pause stretches just long enough for Watson to hope that perhaps their visitor might be deterred, that Sunday morning might reclaim its peaceful sovereignty over 221B Baker Street. Then Mrs. Hudson's voice rises with unmistakable purpose. "Mr. Holmes, there's a young lady here who says she's in need of your assistance." Holmes and Watson exchange a look that contains volumes of unspoken communication. The look acknowledges the death of their peaceful morning, accepts the inevitable with good grace, and confirms their mutual readiness to face whatever puzzle has arrived on their doorstep, wrapped in feminine distress and Sunday morning propriety. "Show her up, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes calls, his voice carrying the warmth that always surprises those who expect the consulting detective to be as cold as his reputation suggests. Holmes moves toward his bedroom with efficient purpose, emerging moments later transformed from Sunday morning philosopher to Victorian gentleman. His shirt is crisp, his trousers pressed, his waistcoat properly buttoned. A tie appears around his neck with the speed of practised habit, and he runs a final hand through his hair to ensure it meets the standards of propriety that Sunday visitors deserve. Watson has risen from his chair and made similar adjustments to his appearance, though his transformations always appear more effortless than Holmes's. Perhaps it's his military training, or perhaps it's simply that Watson's natural state tends more toward respectability than his friend's. Either way, by the time Mrs. Hudson's footsteps begin ascending the stairs, both men present the picture of gentlemen prepared to receive company, despite the earliness of the hour and the informality of the day. The footsteps on the stairs tell their own story. Mrs. Hudson's familiar rhythm accompanied by lighter, more hesitant steps. Their visitor is taking her time, perhaps gathering courage, perhaps simply being careful not to trip on unfamiliar stairs, while managing what sounds like the rustling of multiple layers of fabric. Victorian women's clothing, Watson reflects, may be admirably modest, but it certainly doesn't lend itself to easy navigation of narrow staircases. Holmes has positioned himself near the fireplace with the calculated casualness of an actor who has found his mark on stage. The positioning allows him to observe their visitor from the moment she enters, while appearing perfectly natural and welcoming. Watson has taken a position near the window, where the morning light will illuminate both his face and his notebook should he need to take notes. A soft knock at the door, hesitant, polite, the kind of knock that suggests its maker hopes to be heard, but wouldn't be entirely disappointed to be ignored. "Come in," Holmes calls, and the door opens to reveal Mrs. Hudson and their Sunday morning mystery. The woman who enters is perhaps 25, with the kind of beauty that comes from intelligence rather than mere symmetry of features. Her dark hair is arranged in a simple but elegant style that suggests she's capable of managing such things herself, a practical consideration that Holmes files away immediately. Her dress is well made but not extravagant, in a shade of deep blue that complements her eyes and suggests someone who understands colour but doesn't have unlimited means to indulge such understanding. Most telling of all is her composure. She holds herself with the careful control of someone who has faced difficulty and learned to bear it with dignity. Her gloved hands hold a small reticule with the precise grip of nerves held in check, and her eyes, though slightly red around the edges, are clear and direct. "Miss Lillian Gray," Mrs. Hudson announces with the formal precision she reserves for visitors she approves of, "to see Mr. Holmes." Holmes steps forward with the graceful courtesy that always surprises those who expect him to be as brusque in person as his reputation suggests. "Miss Gray, please, do sit down. Mrs. Hudson, perhaps some tea?" Mrs. Hudson nods and withdraws, her footsteps receding down the stairs with the satisfied tempo of someone whose household is running according to proper standards. Miss Gray moves toward the chair Holmes indicates. Watson's chair, actually, but Watson has moved to a position where he can observe both their visitor and Holmes without appearing to stare at either. Miss Gray settles into the chair with the careful grace of someone wearing her best dress and determined not to wrinkle it. Her hands arrange themselves in her lap with practised precision, and she looks up at Holmes with eyes that are both hopeful and sceptical, the expression of someone who has been disappointed before, but hasn't quite abandoned hope. "Mr. Holmes," she begins, her voice carrying the clear diction of education and the slight tremor of controlled emotion, "I must apologise for calling on you at such an early hour, and on a Sunday morning at that. I know it's presumptuous, but I'm quite at my wit's end." Holmes has taken his position in the chair opposite her, leaning forward slightly in the posture of complete attention that he reserves for new cases. His eyes, bright with interest, take in every detail of her appearance and manner with the thoroughness of a scholar examining a particularly fascinating manuscript. "Not at all presumptuous," Holmes assures her. "Mysteries rarely arrive at convenient hours, and Sunday morning seems as appropriate a time as any for unravelling puzzles. Please, tell us what brings you to Baker Street." Miss Gray's hands tighten slightly around her reticule, and Watson notices the way her knuckles whiten beneath her gloves. Whatever has brought her here, it's something that requires considerable courage to discuss with strangers, even strangers with Holmes's reputation for solving the unsolvable. "It's my brother," she says, and the words seem to cost her effort. "My brother Edward. He's gone missing." The words hang in the air of the sitting room like smoke from Holmes's pipe, carrying weight and complexity that simple syllables shouldn't be able to bear. Holmes's expression doesn't change, but Watson notices the almost imperceptible shift in his posture that signals complete engagement with a new puzzle. "When did you last see your brother, Miss Gray?" Holmes asks, his voice gentle but focused. 3 days ago, Wednesday evening. He said he was going out to attend to some business, and that he would return by Thursday morning. He never came home." Holmes steeples his fingers beneath his chin, a gesture so familiar to Watson that he barely notices it anymore. "Have you contacted the police?" Miss Gray's laugh is short and bitter, the sound of someone who has already travelled that particular path and found it wanting. Inspector Bradstreet was less than helpful. He seemed to think that a grown man has the right to disappear if he chooses, and that perhaps Edward had simply decided to start fresh somewhere else. But you don't believe that. "No." The word carries absolute conviction. Edward would never simply leave without explanation. We're all each other has, Mr. Holmes. Our parents died in a railway accident 5 years ago, and since then we've looked after each other. Edward is the most responsible, most dependable person I know. He wouldn't disappear without a word, not unless something had happened to him. Watson finds himself leaning forward slightly, drawn into the story despite himself. There's something in Miss Gray's voice, a quality of absolute certainty that speaks of deep knowledge of another person's character. It's the kind of certainty that comes from years of shared dependence, from being each other's anchor in an uncertain world. Holmes's eyes have taken on the particular brightness that signals his mind beginning to work at full capacity. "You mentioned that your brother said he was attending to some business. Did he specify what kind of business?" Miss Gray hesitates, and Watson can see her weighing her words carefully. "Edward has interests. He's always been fascinated by puzzles, codes, that sort of thing. He subscribes to several journals that publish mathematical challenges and cipher puzzles. He spends his evenings working on them the way other men might spend their time at their clubs. An intellectual pursuit," Holmes murmurs approvingly. "And you believe this business was related to his interest in codes and puzzles?" "I think so, yes. He'd been working on something for several weeks, something that seemed to excite him more than usual. He would mutter to himself while working on it, make little exclamations of satisfaction or frustration, but when I asked him about it, he would only say that it was a most intriguing, and that he hoped to have it solved soon." Holmes exchanges a glance with Watson, a look that conveys volumes of shared understanding. Both men have seen enough of human nature to know that intellectual challenges can lead to unexpected complications, especially when those challenges intersect with the less academic aspects of London life. "Miss Gray," Holmes says carefully, "did your brother leave behind any materials related to this puzzle he was working on? Notes, papers, correspondence?" Miss Gray's hand moves to her reticule, and Watson notices the way her fingers pause there, as if she's been waiting for exactly this question. "He did leave something. Something I don't understand, but which I believe might be important." She opens her reticule with deliberate care and withdraws a folded piece of paper. The paper is of good quality, Watson notices, not the rough newsprint or cheap writing paper that might suggest casual correspondence, but the sort of heavy stationery that speaks of either official business or someone with particular standards about such things. Miss Gray unfolds the paper with the careful attention of someone handling something precious and potentially fragile. Watson can see that there's writing on it, but from his position near the window he can't make out the specific characters. "I found this on Edward's desk," Miss Gray says, extending the paper toward Holmes. "It was the only thing there. Usually his desk is covered with papers and books and various mechanical things he uses for his puzzle work. But Wednesday morning, before he left, everything had been cleared away except for this." Holmes takes the paper with reverence due to a potential clue, holding it carefully by the edges to avoid disturbing any possible evidence. His eyes move across the writing with the rapid, methodical scanning that Watson has learned to recognise as Holmes's mind, cataloguing and analysing information at superhuman speed. After a moment, Holmes's eyebrows rise slightly. Not the dramatic gesture of surprise, but the subtle shift that indicates genuine interest. He turns the paper to catch the light better, and Watson finds himself moving closer, drawn by curiosity and years of partnership that have made him an unofficial expert in the art of looking over Holmes's shoulder at evidence. The writing on the paper is unlike anything Watson has seen before. It consists of symbols rather than letters, not random scribbles, but clearly deliberate marks that follow some sort of pattern. The symbols are arranged in lines like text, with what appear to be spaces between words and longer spaces between what might be sentences. The hand that wrote them was careful and precise, suggesting someone accustomed to detailed work. "A cipher," Holmes murmurs, and Watson can hear the satisfaction in his voice. A rather sophisticated one by the look of it. The symbols follow a consistent pattern, suggesting a substitution cipher rather than something completely random. The spacing indicates that the writer was maintaining the structure of normal language while encoding the content. Miss Gray watches Holmes's examination with the intensity of someone whose entire hope rests on another person's expertise. "Can you read it? Can you tell what it says?" Holmes continues studying the paper, occasionally turning it to examine the symbols from different angles. It will require some work, but yes, I believe it can be decoded. The frequency of certain symbols suggests they represent common letters, and the pattern of word lengths provides additional clues. Your brother was quite right to find this intriguing. It's a well-constructed puzzle. "But what does it mean?" Miss Gray asks. "Why would someone send Edward a message in code?" It's Watson who answers, his military experience providing insight into the potential implications. Codes are typically used when someone wants to ensure that only the intended recipient can understand the message, either because the information is sensitive or because there's some risk in having it discovered by others. Miss Gray's face pales slightly at this implication. "You think Edward might be in danger because of this message?" Holmes looks up from the paper, his expression carefully neutral. "It's too early to draw conclusions about danger, Miss Gray, but it does suggest that your brother has become involved in something that requires a certain degree of discretion." Mrs. Hudson's returning footsteps on the stairs provide a welcome interruption to the increasingly serious tone of the conversation. She appears in the doorway bearing a tea service that gleams with the polish of conscientious care, the sort of tea service that announces to visitors that they are welcome and that standards are maintained in this household regardless of the early hour or the day of the week. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes says, carefully folding the coded message and handing it back to Miss Gray. "Miss Gray, perhaps some tea will help us think more clearly about your brother's situation." Mrs. Hudson paused with the practiced efficiency of someone who has served tea in this sitting room through countless consultations, her movements creating a brief interlude of domestic normalcy in what has become a decidedly mysterious morning. The familiar ritual of tea service, the clink of cup against saucer, the soft pour of hot liquid, the gentle placement of spoons, creates a moment of breathing space that allows everyone to step back from the intensity of the problem and approach it fresh. Miss Gray accepts her cup with obvious gratitude, and Watson notices that her hands are steadier now than when she first arrived. Sometimes, he reflects, the simple act of sharing one's burden with others provides strength even before any solutions are found. Holmes accepts his tea but doesn't drink it immediately, instead holding the cup and saucer while his mind continues to work on the puzzle Miss Gray has presented. Watson has seen this particular expression countless times. The look of a mind sorting through possibilities, testing theories, building the framework of understanding that will eventually support the weight of solution. "Miss Gray," Holmes says after Mrs. Hudson has withdrawn and the sitting room has settled back into the intimacy of consultation, "I'd like to know more about your brother's routine. His habits, his friends, the places he frequents. The more completely you can paint a picture of Edward's normal life, the better we'll be able to understand what might have drawn him away from it." Miss Gray sets down her teacup with careful precision, organising her thoughts before speaking. "Edward is a creature of very regular habits. He works as a clerk at Pemberton and Associates. They handle legal documents and property transfers. He's been there for 3 years, and Mr. Pemberton speaks very highly of his attention to detail and his reliability. His hours of work? 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Occasionally Saturday morning if there's urgent business, but rarely. Edward values his leisure time too much to allow work to intrude upon it unnecessarily. Holmes nods approvingly, the appreciation of one methodical mind for another. And how does he spend his leisure time, apart from his puzzle work? He belongs to a chess club that meets Tuesday evenings at the Criterion. He attends lectures at the Royal Institution when they offer topics that interest him, usually mathematical or scientific subjects. He takes long walks on Saturday afternoons, often through Hyde Park or along the Thames. He's quite predictable in his routines, which is why his absence is so disturbing. Watson makes mental notes of these details, his military training having taught him the value of establishing patterns in order to identify deviations from them. Edward Gray sounds like a man who has built himself a comfortable, intellectual life within modest means. Exactly the sort of person who wouldn't abandon it without compelling reason. Friends? Holmes inquires. Miss Gray hesitates slightly. Edward is friendly with his colleagues at work, but I wouldn't say he has close friendships in the traditional sense. He's somewhat reserved. His closest companion is probably Mr. Alderton from the chess club, an elderly gentleman who shares Edward's love of mathematical puzzles. They sometimes spend Sunday afternoons working on problems together. Have you spoken with Mr. Alderton about Edward's disappearance? I tried to. I went to his lodgings yesterday evening, but his landlady said he'd gone to visit his sister in Brighton and wouldn't return until Tuesday. I left a message asking him to call on me as soon as he returns. Holmes drains his teacup and sets it aside with the decisive gesture of a man ready to move from information gathering to action. Miss Gray, with your permission, I would like to examine your brother's rooms. Sometimes physical spaces reveal things that even the most detailed description cannot convey. Miss Gray's relief at this suggestion is visible in the way her shoulders relax and her breathing deepens. Oh yes, please. I was hoping you would want to see Edward's things. I've left everything exactly as it was, except for that coded message which I brought with me. Excellent. And I assume you have the authority to give us access to your brother's workplace as well? I'm not certain. Mr. Pemberton was kind enough to grant Edward leave when I explained the situation, but I don't know if he would allow strangers to examine Edward's desk and papers. Holmes waves a dismissive hand. Leave Mr. Pemberton to me. In my experience, employers are usually quite cooperative when they understand that their cooperation might help locate a valued employee. Watson has been quietly finishing his own tea while listening to this exchange, but now he sets down his cup and rises from his chair. The morning's peaceful interlude is clearly over, replaced by the familiar rhythm of investigation and discovery that has shaped so many of their days together. When would it be convenient for us to visit your brother's rooms? Watson asks Miss Gray. Immediately, if you're willing. I confess I don't much like being alone in the house just now. It feels too empty, too full of unanswered questions. Holmes is already moving toward his bedroom, his voice drifting back to them as he gathers the materials he'll need for their expedition. Watson, bring your medical bag if you would. Miss Gray, does your brother keep any correspondence files, notebooks or records of his puzzle work? Yes, he has several notebooks where he works out his solutions, and a file of letters from the various puzzle publications he corresponds with. Should I gather those for you to examine? Leave them where they are for now, Holmes calls from the other room. I prefer to see things in their original context initially. The relationship between objects and their surroundings often reveals as much as the objects themselves. Miss Gray nods at this, though Holmes can't see her gesture. Watson, gathering his things, notices the way she's gripping her reticule again, not with the nervousness she showed upon arrival, but with the different tension of someone preparing to return to a place that has become associated with worry and uncertainty. Holmes emerges from his bedroom transformed once again, this time into the figure Watson knows best, the consulting detective prepared for field work. His coat is precisely buttoned, his gloves are tucked into his pocket ready for use, and his walking stick rests against his shoulder with the casual authority of a weapon that prefers to be ornamental. "Miss Gray," Holmes says, settling his hat at precisely the angle that suggests both respectability and readiness for action. "I believe we should examine that coded message once more before we venture out. Fresh air and morning light sometimes reveal details that indoor illumination obscures." Miss Gray retrieves the folded paper from her reticule with hands that no longer shake. The simple act of having engaged Holmes's professional attention seems to have steadied her nerves considerably, like a ship that has found anchor in rough seas. Holmes spreads the message on the table near the window, where the morning light falls across it with the golden clarity that only October can provide. The symbols seem to dance slightly in the shifting illumination, as if the code itself is alive and aware of being studied. Watson positions himself where he can observe both the message and Holmes's examination of it, his medical training having taught him that observation of the observer often reveals as much as observation of the subject. Holmes's eyes move across the symbols with the methodical precision of someone reading a familiar language, though Watson knows that no language could be familiar enough for Holmes to decode it quite this quickly. "Interesting," Holmes murmurs, his finger tracing the air above certain symbols without actually touching the paper. The frequency distribution suggests English text, but there are anomalies. Certain symbols appear more often than they should if this were a simple substitution cipher. "What does that mean?" Miss Gray asks, her voice carrying the careful curiosity of someone who suspects she might not like the answer. It suggests either a more sophisticated encoding method or... Holmes pauses, his finger hovering over a particular sequence of symbols. Or that the message contains words or names that aren't typically English. Technical terms, perhaps, or foreign words, or proper names. Watson leans closer, studying the symbols that have caught Holmes's attention. They do seem different somehow, more angular, more deliberately formed, as if whoever created them wanted to ensure these particular symbols would be noticed and remembered. "Miss Gray," Holmes says, straightening from his examination, "did your brother ever mention receiving unusual correspondence? Letters from abroad, perhaps, or communications related to his work at Pemberton and Associates that seemed outside the normal scope of legal document preparation?" Miss Gray's brow furrows in concentration. "Not recently, but now that you mention it, about a month ago Edward received a letter that seemed to puzzle him. I remember because he read it several times at breakfast, and when I asked him about it, he said it was a most peculiar, but wouldn't explain further. Do you recall anything about this letter? The postmark, the handwriting, the quality of the paper?" The envelope was cream-coloured, rather thick paper. The handwriting was very precise, almost like printing, and the postmark... Miss Gray closes her eyes, clearly trying to visualise the memory. "I think it was London, but I'm not certain. Edward opened it before I had a chance to look closely." Holmes folds the coded message with careful attention to the original creases, handing it back to Miss Gray. "Did your brother keep this unusual letter?" "I don't know. He might have. Edward tends to keep correspondence, especially anything related to his puzzle interests." "Excellent. We shall look for it when we examine his rooms." Holmes moves toward the door with the purposeful stride of a man who has gathered sufficient preliminary information and is ready to begin the real work of investigation. "Watson, are you ready?" Watson pats his coat pocket to ensure his notebook is in place, then nods. "Quite ready." The three of them descend the stairs of 221B Baker Street, with the careful procession of people who understand they are transitioning from the comfortable certainty of domestic space into the uncertain territory of mystery and investigation. Mrs. Hudson appears in the hallway as they reach the ground floor, her timing suggesting she's been listening for their descent. "Will you gentlemen be back for dinner?" she asks the question of a woman who has learned that investigations can expand to fill whatever time is available for them. "Uncertain, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replies. "Please don't delay your preparations on our account." Mrs. Hudson nods with the philosophical acceptance of someone who has long since learned to adapt her domestic planning to the unpredictable requirements of consulting detection. She opens the front door for them with a gesture that somehow conveys both blessing and mild concern for their welfare. The fog has lifted somewhat since their morning began, revealing Baker Street in all its Victorian variety. The street bustles with the gentle energy of Sunday morning. People heading to and from church services, families taking constitutional walks, shopkeepers opening their establishments for the reduced but steady trade that Sundays provide. The air carries the mingled scents of coal smoke, horse manure, baking bread, and that indefinable essence of London that seems to be distilled from equal parts ambition and resignation. Miss Grey leads them south toward the Thames, a step more confident now that she's no longer carrying her burden alone. She walks with the purposeful pace of someone who knows her destination and is eager to reach it, though Watson notices she occasionally glances back as if to reassure herself that Holmes and Watson are still following. The streets they traverse tell the story of London's social geography in brick and mortar. From the respectable comfort of Baker Street, they move through areas where respectability requires more effort to maintain, where the buildings are still solid and the neighbourhood still safe, but where the margin between comfort and difficulty has grown thinner. It's the London of clerks and shopkeepers, of people who work with their minds rather than their hands, but whose mental labour doesn't command the same compensation as those who own the businesses where such work is performed. Edward and I share lodgings in Bloomsbury, Miss Grey explains as they walk. It's convenient for his work, and the neighbourhood is suitable for unmarried siblings living independently. Holmes nods his understanding. The social mathematics of Victorian respectability require careful calculation, particularly for unmarried women of limited means. Bloomsbury represents a compromise between propriety and economy, a place where intelligent people of modest resources can maintain their dignity while living within their means. The morning continues to clear as they walk, though the fog never entirely disappears, London fog being less a weather phenomenon than a permanent resident that occasionally agrees to become less visible. The sun struggles through with increasing success, creating patches of golden light that move across the streets like stage lighting directed by an invisible but artistic hand. Watson finds himself enjoying the walk despite the serious purpose that motivates it. Sunday morning London possesses a character entirely different from the urgent London of weekdays. Gentler, more contemplative, more willing to allow its residents to exist rather than merely function. Even the horses seem less harried, the drivers less intent on reaching their destinations with desperate speed. They turn into Russell Square, where the Georgian architecture displays itself with the confident dignity of buildings that know they represent the peak of their particular era's achievement. The square's garden centre provides a welcome touch of green in the urban landscape, and Watson notices several couples taking leisurely strolls among the remaining flowers of the season. Number 47, Miss Grey says, stopping before a house that exemplifies the careful balance between grandeur and economy that defines its neighbourhood. The building is well maintained but not ostentatious, its brass fittings polished but not elaborate, its front steps scrubbed but showing the honest wear of regular use. Miss Grey produces a key from her reticule and leads them up the front steps to a door painted in the dark blue that Victorian sensibilities deem appropriately serious for residential entrances. The door opens onto a hallway that smells faintly of beeswax polish and the breakfast preparations of multiple households sharing the building's various floors. We have rooms on the second floor, Miss Grey explains, leading them up a staircase whose banister shows the smooth wear of countless hands. The landlady, Mrs. Morrison, is quite respectable, and she maintains very proper standards regarding visitors and conduct. Holmes follows with the alert attention of someone cataloguing every detail of his surroundings for future reference. Watson notices his friend's eyes taking inventory of the building's security, the quality of its maintenance, the social status suggested by its appointments. In Holmes's mind, Watson knows, this environment is already being filed away as context for understanding Edward Grey's life, and, by extension, his disappearance. The second-floor landing is lit by a window that overlooks the building's small back garden, creating a pool of natural light that makes the hallway feel less enclosed than many such spaces. Miss Grey stops before a door marked 2B and inserts her key with the careful attention of someone performing a familiar but suddenly fraught ritual. Edward's study is the front room, she says as the door swings open. He likes the light for his clothes work, and the view of the square helps him think. The rooms that greet them are modest but comfortable, arranged with the careful efficiency of people who understand the value of both money and space. The sitting room they enter first shows signs of shared occupancy, a feminine touch in the arrangement of flowers, a masculine preference in the choice of reading materials scattered on various surfaces. But it's the study that draws Holmes's immediate attention. Miss Grey leads them to the front room, where tall windows overlook Russell Square and flood the space with the kind of clear light that detailed work requires. Edward Grey's study reveals itself as the workspace of a methodical mind, everything arranged for efficiency and comfort, every tool and reference placed where it can be easily accessed when needed. The desk that dominates the room is substantial, but not elaborate, its surface showing the honest wear of regular use. As Miss Grey had indicated, the desk is unusually clear. Only a few basic items remain in their appointed places. An inkwell sits in its stand. A pen lies parallel to the desk's edge. A small stack of blank paper waits in perfect alignment with the corner of the desk. Holmes approaches the desk with the reverent attention of an archaeologist examining an important site. His eyes sweep across the cleared surface, noting not just what's present but what's absent. Not just the arrangement, but the implications of that arrangement. "Your brother cleared this desk deliberately," Holmes observes. "This wasn't the gradual accumulation of tidiness. This was a specific decision to remove materials and leave only essentials." Miss Grey watches Holmes's examination with the fascination of someone seeing familiar territory through expert eyes. "Edward is always neat, but you're right. This is neater than usual. Normally there would be at least 2 or 3 projects scattered about, various books, opened pages he's consulting, perhaps some mechanical instruments he uses for measuring or calculating. Watson has positioned himself where he can observe both Holmes's investigation and the room's other features. Edward Grey's study reveals a personality that Watson finds immediately sympathetic, intelligent but not showy, methodical but not rigid, curious about the world but grounded in practical reality. Bookshelves line 2 walls, their contents revealing the breadth of Edward's interests. Mathematical texts stand beside volumes of history, works on cryptography share space with collections of logic puzzles, and a small but select collection of literature suggests a mind that values both intellectual rigour and imaginative freedom. Holmes has opened the desk's drawers with the careful attention of someone conducting a scientific experiment. The first drawer yields the usual accumulation of desk supplies, pens, pencils, rulers, small tools for precise work. But Holmes's expression sharpens as he examines the second drawer. "Miss Grey," he says, his voice carrying the controlled excitement of discovery. "You mentioned that your brother kept notebooks of his puzzle work." "Yes, several of them. He usually keeps them in that drawer." Holmes's examination of the drawer reveals that it's not empty, but it's far from full. "There are gaps here," he says, running his finger along the interior, spaces where objects were removed. "Can you tell me what's missing?" Miss Grey approaches the desk and peers into the drawer with the focused attention of someone trying to reconcile memory with present reality. His current working notebook should be there, a brown leather book about this size. She indicates dimensions with her hands, and there was a small wooden box where he kept unusual coins and tokens that he sometimes used for working out probability problems. "Anything else?" Miss Grey's brow furrows in concentration. "A small magnifying glass that belonged to our father. Edward used it for examining fine details in printed puzzles. And..." She pauses, clearly trying to remember something specific. "There was a letter opener that he was particularly fond of. It had an unusual handle carved with mathematical symbols." Holmes nods with satisfaction. "So your brother didn't simply clear his desk. He removed specific working materials. This suggests preparation for a particular task, not mere tidiness." Watson has been examining the bookshelves while Holmes and Miss Grey focus on the desk, and now he draws their attention to his own discovery. "Holmes, you might find this interesting." He indicates a section of the bookshelf where several volumes on cryptography and code breaking are grouped together. But Watson's attention has been caught not by the books themselves, but by the gaps between them, spaces where other volumes have clearly been removed. "More deliberate preparation," Holmes murmurs. approaching the bookshelf with renewed interest. "Miss Gray, can you identify which books are missing?" Miss Gray studies the gaps with the careful attention of someone who has helped maintain these shelves and knows their contents well. His copy of Babbage's work on cryptographic analysis, that's definitely gone, and the volume on historical ciphers that he consulted frequently. There might be others, but those are the ones I'm certain about. Holmes runs his finger along the empty spaces on the shelf, his mind clearly working to construct a picture of Edward Gray's preparations for whatever task had drawn him away from Baker Street 3 days ago. "Your brother was planning something specific, Miss Gray, something that required both his working materials and his reference books on cryptographic analysis." "But what could be important enough to make him disappear?" Miss Gray asks, her voice carrying both frustration and growing concern. "That," Holmes says, straightening from his examination of the bookshelf, "is precisely what we need to determine. Watson, have you noticed anything else significant?" Watson has been conducting his own methodical survey of the room, his medical training having taught him to observe systematically rather than randomly. The room shows signs of recent thorough cleaning. Not regular tidying, but the sort of cleaning someone does when they want to ensure no traces of their work remain. Holmes's eyebrows rise with interest. "Explain." Watson indicates several areas of the room as he speaks. "The surface of that table near the window shows watermarks. Recent ones, as if something was washed there and the surface wasn't completely dried. The carpet near the desk shows signs of recent brushing, more thorough than regular maintenance would require, and there's a faint scent of vinegar in the air which suggests someone used it for cleaning purposes." "Vinegar?" Miss Gray looks puzzled. "Edward doesn't use vinegar for cleaning. Mrs. Morrison provides cleaning services for the rooms, but she uses conventional soap and water." Holmes moves to the table Watson indicated, running his finger along its surface with the delicate touch of someone testing for invisible evidence. "Vinegar is sometimes used for removing ink stains, particularly if someone wants to ensure that no traces of writing remain visible." The implications of this observation settle over the room like a cloud passing over the sun. Miss Gray sinks into the chair near Edward's desk, her composure finally showing signs of strain. "You think Edward was trying to hide something," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "I think your brother was being very careful about something," Holmes corrects gently. Whether that care was motivated by caution, fear, or simply thoroughness remains to be determined. Watson has moved to the window and is examining the view of Russell Square with the systematic attention of someone checking for surveillance or observation points. The square below shows the normal activity of a Sunday afternoon. Families walking, children playing under the supervision of nursemaids, elderly gentlemen taking the air on park benches. "Holmes," Watson says, his voice carrying a note of concern. "I may be overly cautious, but I believe we're being observed." Holmes joins Watson at the window with movements that appear casual, but carry the controlled tension of someone prepared for various possibilities. His eyes sweep the square below with practiced efficiency, cataloguing every figure, every potential vantage point, every detail that might suggest deliberate surveillance. "The gentleman with the newspaper on the bench near the fountain," Watson murmurs. "He's been reading the same page since we arrived, and his attention seems focused more on this building than on his reading material." Holmes studies the figure Watson has identified. A middle-aged man in a dark coat, holding a newspaper at precisely the angle that would allow him to observe the building while appearing to read. The man's posture suggests patience and purpose rather than the relaxed attention of someone actually engaged with the day's news. "And the woman feeding pigeons near the gate," Holmes adds quietly. "She's scattered enough breadcrumbs to feed every pigeon in London, but she continues to make the motions while keeping this building within her line of sight." Miss Gray has risen from her chair and joined them at the window, her face pale as she observes the surveillance that Holmes and Watson have identified. "Who are they? What do they want?" "Unknown," Holmes replies, his voice carrying the calm certainty of someone accustomed to being watched by unfriendly eyes. "But their presence suggests that your brother's disappearance is part of something larger than a simple case of a missing person." Watson's hand moves instinctively toward the pocket where he keeps his service revolver, a gesture so habitual that he barely notices it, though Holmes catches the movement and nods approvingly. Years of partnership have taught both men to be prepared for the moment when observation might escalate into more direct action. "Miss Gray," Holmes says, turning away from the window with deliberate casualness, "I believe we should continue our examination of your brother's materials, but perhaps with greater urgency than I initially anticipated." Miss Gray nods, her natural intelligence grasping the implications without need for extensive explanation. "What should I look for?" "Anything that might explain why your brother felt the need to be so thoroughly careful about cleaning this room. Letters, notes, anything that might connect to that coded message you showed us this morning." While Holmes and Miss Gray begin a more thorough search of Edward's remaining papers, Watson positions himself where he can maintain casual observation of the square below while appearing to examine the room's contents. The watchers remain in position, their patience suggesting professional training rather than amateur curiosity. Holmes has discovered Edward's correspondence file, a neat collection of letters organised by date and subject. His fingers move through the papers with practised efficiency, looking for anything that might stand out from the routine business of a puzzle. Enthusiasts' correspondence with various publications and fellow enthusiasts. "Here," Holmes says suddenly, his voice carrying the satisfaction of significant discovery. "Miss Gray, is this the unusual letter you mentioned? The one that puzzled your brother?" Miss Gray examines the letter Holmes has extracted from the file. The envelope is exactly as she described. Cream-coloured paper of good quality, precise handwriting that resembles printing more than normal script. But it's the letter's contents that cause her to intake sharply. "Yes, this is it. But Edward showed me only the envelope before. I never saw what was inside." Holmes unfolds the letter with careful attention to its construction and contents. The paper matches the envelope. Heavy, expensive, the sort used for important correspondence. But it's the letter's brevity that immediately strikes all three readers as significant. The message consists of only 3 lines. The Macedonian cipher requires completion. Your expertise has been recommended. Interested parties will make contact. Below these lines, instead of a signature, there's a small symbol, a circle containing what appears to be a stylized letter. M. Holmes studies the letter with the intense focus he reserves for genuinely puzzling evidence. "Miss Gray, did your brother ever mention anything called the Macedonian cipher?" "Never. I'm certain I would have remembered such a specific name." Watson has moved closer to examine the letter, though he maintains awareness of the continuing surveillance below. The tone suggests this isn't a casual inquiry. Someone specifically sought out your brother's expertise. "Yes," Holmes agrees. And the phrase, "interested parties will make contact," suggests that this letter was merely an initial approach. Your brother would have been contacted again with more specific instructions. Miss Gray's face has grown even paler as the implications become clear. "You think this letter is connected to Edward's disappearance?" "I think this letter explains why your brother felt the need to clean his workspace so thoroughly before leaving," Holmes replies. He was preparing to engage with something that required absolute discretion. The sound of footsteps on the stairs outside interrupts their examination of the letter. Holmes quickly refolds it and slips it into his coat pocket, while Watson moves to a position where he can observe the door without appearing to do so. Miss Gray remains near the desk, her hands gripping its edge as if drawing strength from its solid reality. The footsteps pause outside their door, followed by a soft knock, not the hesitant tap of a social caller, but the firm rap of someone who expects to be admitted. "Miss Gray," a voice calls through the door. "It's Mrs. Morrison. I have a message for you." Miss Gray exchanges glances with Holmes and Watson before moving toward the door. Holmes positions himself where he'll be concealed when the door opens, while Watson arranges himself to appear like a casual visitor, while remaining ready for any necessary action. Miss Gray opens the door to reveal their landlady, a woman of middle years whose dress and demeanour speak of respectability maintained through careful attention to proper forms. Mrs. Morrison's expression carries the particular concern of a landlady who takes personal interest in her tenants' welfare. "Miss Gray, dear, I hope you don't mind the interruption. A gentleman called, asking after you and your brother. I told him I couldn't provide information about my tenants, but he left this for you." Mrs. Morrison extends an envelope with the careful handling of someone who suspects it might contain complications. Miss Gray accepts the envelope with hands that only tremble slightly. What did this gentleman look like, Mrs. Morrison? Well dressed, very proper in his speech. Said he was a colleague of your brother's from his workplace. But Mrs. Morrison hesitates, clearly debating whether to voice her concerns. But Holmes prompts gently, stepping into Mrs. Morrison's line of sight for the first time. Mrs. Morrison starts slightly at Holmes's unexpected presence, then regards him with the assessing look of a woman accustomed to evaluating the character and intentions of strangers. But he asked very specific questions about Mr. Edward's habits and routine, more detailed than seemed quite proper for a mere workplace colleague. Holmes steps forward with the courteous authority that he can summon when dealing with respectable citizens who deserve careful treatment. Mrs. Morrison, I'm Sherlock Holmes. Miss Gray has engaged my services to help locate her missing brother. Did this gentleman leave his name or any way to contact him? Mrs. Morrison's eyes widen slightly at Holmes's name. Clearly she's familiar with his reputation. Mr. Holmes? Oh my. No, he didn't leave a name, said he would call again later. But now that you mention it, there was something about him that didn't seem quite right. Too interested in details that weren't really his business. Watson has joined them at the door, and his presence seems to provide additional reassurance to Mrs. Morrison. Did you notice anything else about this gentleman? His appearance, the way he spoke, whether he arrived by carriage or on foot? He arrived in a hansom, though he dismissed it before coming to the door. Tall, well dressed in dark clothes, carried a walking stick with a silver head. His accent was educated, but there was something... Mrs. Morrison searches for the right words. Something deliberate about the way he spoke, as if he was being very careful about every word. Holmes and Watson exchange meaningful glances. The description suggests someone accustomed to careful conversation, possibly someone whose normal speech patterns would reveal more than he wishes to disclose. Mrs. Morrison, Holmes says, if this gentleman returns, please don't provide him with any information about Miss Gray or her brother, and if possible send word to 221B Baker Street immediately. It's quite important. Mrs. Morrison nods with the serious attention of someone who recognises the gravity of the situation. Of course, Mr. Holmes. And Miss Gray, dear, if you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. After Mrs. Morrison withdraws, Miss Gray opens the envelope with hands that are steadier now than they were moments before. Sometimes, Watson reflects, the transition from uncertainty to confirmed danger brings its own form of relief. At least now they know they're dealing with genuine threats rather than mere imagination. The message inside is brief but unmistakably threatening. Miss Gray, your brother's safety depends on your discretion. Cease all inquiries immediately. Further investigation will be considered hostile action. Like the previous letter, this message bears no signature, only the same symbol. A circle containing a stylized M. Holmes studies the message with the grim satisfaction of someone whose theories are being confirmed by evidence. Miss Gray, I believe we can now state with certainty that your brother's disappearance is not voluntary. Someone has taken him, and they're prepared to use threats to discourage investigation. But who are they? What do they want with Edward? They want his expertise with codes and ciphers, Watson says, his military experience providing insight into the tactics being employed. The first letter was recruitment. This message is intimidation. Classic patterns of coercion. Holmes moves back to the window, observing the square below with renewed interest. The watchers remain in position, though they've been joined by a third figure, a man in a dark coat who stands near the square's entrance, with the patient alertness of someone prepared to follow or intercept. Miss Gray, Holmes says, turning back to her with an expression that combines determination with careful consideration. I believe we need to remove you from these rooms immediately. The fact that they're watching the building suggests they're prepared to escalate their intimidation tactics. But where can I go? This is my home. For the moment, you'll be safer at Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson has accommodated guests before, and the building provides certain advantages for those who might need to avoid unwanted attention. Miss Gray nods with the resigned courage of someone who has accepted that her peaceful life has been disrupted by forces beyond her control. Should I pack some things? Only what you can carry easily, Watson advises. We need to leave quickly and without appearing to flee." While Miss Gray gathers a small bag of essentials, Holmes conducts a final survey of Edward's study, looking for anything they might have missed. His attention is caught by a small detail near the window, scratches in the wood of the window frame that appear to have been made recently. "Watson," Holmes calls quietly, "look at this." The scratches form a pattern, not random damage, but deliberate marks that resemble the symbols from the coded message Miss Gray had shown them that morning. Someone has carved a message into the window frame, small enough to escape casual notice, but positioned where Edward would have seen it every time he sat at his desk. "A signature," Watson murmurs. "Or a calling card." "More than that," Holmes says grimly. "It's a claim of territory. Someone wanted Edward to know that even his private workspace was not beyond their reach." Miss Gray has finished her packing and rejoins them at the window. When Holmes shows her the carved symbols, her face goes white. "They were here," she whispers. "In Edward's room, while we were living here, which means they've been planning this for some time," Holmes concludes. "Your brother's disappearance wasn't a sudden opportunity. It was a carefully orchestrated operation." The sound of a carriage pulling up in the square below draws their attention back to the window. A closed carriage has stopped near the building's entrance, and Watson notices that the watchers in the square have subtly shifted position to cover possible exit routes. "Time to leave," Holmes says with the calm urgency of someone accustomed to strategic retreats. "Miss Gray will exit through the building's rear entrance." Watson: "Is there a back way out of this building?" "Most of these buildings have service entrances for tradespeople," Watson confirms. Mrs. Morrison would know. They make their way quickly but quietly down the stairs to Mrs. Morrison's apartment, where Holmes explains the situation with the efficient brevity that urgent circumstances require. Mrs. Morrison, to her credit, grasps the seriousness immediately and leads them through her private quarters to a rear door that opens onto the building's small back garden. The garden connects to a narrow lane that runs behind the entire row of houses, providing access for coal deliveries, waste collection, and other service functions that Victorian propriety prefers to keep invisible. The lane is empty except for a cat that regards their passage with the indifferent dignity of a creature that considers all human activity mildly ridiculous. Holmes leads them through the lane with the confident navigation of someone who has made it his business to know London's hidden geography. They emerge onto a side street that runs parallel to Russell Square, where the normal Sunday afternoon traffic provides cover for their movements. "A hansom," Watson suggests, spotting an available cab approaching from the direction of Tottenham Court Road. "No," Holmes says immediately. "Hansoms are too easily followed, and the drivers remember their passengers. We'll take the Underground." The Underground station at Russell Square has the bustling anonymity that public transportation provides, even on Sunday afternoons. The mix of travellers, families returning from visits, workers heading to evening shifts, tourists exploring the city, creates the perfect cover for three people who prefer not to attract attention. As they wait for the train, Miss Gray turns to Holmes with a question that has clearly been troubling her. "Mr. Holmes, do you think Edward is still alive?" Holmes considers the question with the careful honesty that serious inquiries deserve. The fact that they're using threats suggests they still need your cooperation, which implies they need Edward's continued well-being as leverage. People who have already done irreversible harm rarely bother with intimidation. It's not complete reassurance, but it's grounded in logical analysis rather than false comfort, and Miss Gray accepts it as such. When their train arrives, they board with the casual movements of ordinary passengers, though Watson notices Holmes positioning himself where he can observe the platform and confirm they haven't been followed. The train carries them through London's underground network with the rhythmic certainty of mechanical progress, past stations whose names evoke the city's long history: King's Cross, Euston Square, Baker Street. The familiar sound of wheels on rails provides a peaceful counterpoint to the morning's increasingly complex revelations. As they emerge from Baker Street station into the afternoon light, Holmes pauses to conduct one final check for surveillance. The street shows its normal Sunday activity, with no signs of the watchers who had been monitoring Russell Square. "We appear to have achieved temporary anonymity," Holmes observes with satisfaction. Miss Gray, Welcome to what I hope will prove a more secure base of operations. Mrs. Hudson greets their return with the unflappable competence of someone accustomed to the irregular requirements of her tenants' professional lives. When Holmes explains that Miss Grey will need accommodation for an indefinite period, Mrs. Hudson simply nods and begins making arrangements with the efficiency of experience. The third-floor front room is available, she informs them. It's comfortable and has good light, and the view of the street provides certain advantages for observing potential visitors. Once Miss Grey is settled in her temporary quarters, Holmes and Watson retreat to their sitting room to analyse the morning's discoveries. Holmes spreads the various pieces of evidence across the table, the coded message, the recruitment letter, the threatening note, arranging them like pieces of a puzzle waiting to be assembled. The Macedonian cipher, Holmes muses, studying the recruitment letter again. Not a random name. Someone chose it specifically. Macedonia suggests ancient history, classical knowledge. But why would a historical cipher require modern expertise? Watson has been examining the coded message with the methodical attention of someone approaching a problem from first principles. Holmes, look at this symbol here, the one that appears most frequently. If this is English text encoded with a substitution cipher, this symbol likely represents the letter E. Holmes leans over Watson's shoulder, following his friend's analysis with interest. Yes, and this shorter symbol might be T, the second most common letter in English, if we assume standard frequency distribution. Working together, they begin the painstaking process of cipher analysis, testing letter substitutions against the patterns in the message. It's meticulous work that requires patience and systematic thinking, but both men find the intellectual challenge engaging despite the serious circumstances that surround it. After an hour of careful work, the coded message begins to reveal its secrets. The ancient treasure lies beneath the marble lion. When the moon shows half its face, meet at the place, where Caesar's words echo in stone. Bring the key that unlocks Alexander's secret. Holmes leans back in his chair with the satisfaction of a puzzle successfully solved. The message is an appointment, Watson. Someone was arranging to meet Edward at a specific location under specific circumstances. But what's this about Caesar's words and Alexander's secret? Classical references, Holmes observes. Whoever composed this message assumes knowledge of ancient history and possibly Latin. The place where Caesar's words echo in stone suggests somewhere with Latin inscriptions, perhaps a monument or museum. Watson consults his pocket calendar. 3 days ago, when Edward disappeared, the moon was at half phase. The appointment would have been that evening, which means Edward kept the appointment. The question is whether he went voluntarily or under coercion, and what happened to him after he arrived. The afternoon light has begun to fade by the time they finish their analysis, and Holmes rises to light the gas lamps with the automatic movements of habit. The warm glow transforms the sitting room back into its familiar haven of comfort and contemplation, though the presence of unsolved mystery prevents complete relaxation. Miss Grey joins them for tea, her composure restored by rest and the security of temporary safety. Mrs. Hudson has prepared a more substantial meal than usual, her way of expressing concern for their guests' welfare and ensuring that the serious business of investigation is supported by proper nutrition. "Have you discovered anything more about the coded message?" Miss Grey asks as they settle around the table. Holmes explains their decryption of the message, watching Miss Grey's face for any sign of recognition when he mentions the classical references. "Do these allusions to Caesar and Alexander mean anything in connection with your brother's interests?" Miss Grey shakes her head slowly. Edward enjoyed history, but his focus was more on mathematical and scientific subjects than classical antiquity. Although ... she pauses, clearly trying to remember something specific. Although, there's a place in London, the British Museum. Edward sometimes went there to research historical ciphers for his puzzle work. He mentioned once that they have an excellent collection of ancient manuscripts and inscriptions. Holmes's eyes brighten with interest. The British Museum would certainly qualify as a place where Caesar's words echo in stone. The museum houses numerous Roman artefacts and inscriptions, Watson nods agreement, and it would be a logical meeting place for someone interested in historical ciphers, public enough to seem safe, but with enough secluded areas for private conversation. Then that's where we'll begin tomorrow, Holmes decides. The museum opens early, and we should examine the Roman collection for anything that might connect to the message's references. The evening settles over Baker Street with the gentle inevitability of autumn twilight, bringing with it the comfortable sounds of a neighbourhood preparing for night. Gas lamps flicker to life along the street, creating pools of warm light that push back the gathering darkness. The fog, never entirely absent from London's streets, begins to thicken again with the cooling air, wrapping around buildings and lampposts like a familiar friend returning for the night. Mrs. Hudson has withdrawn to her own quarters, after ensuring that Miss Grey has everything necessary for a comfortable night's rest. The building settles into its evening rhythm, the soft creak of floorboards as residents move about their rooms, the distant sound of someone practicing piano scales, the muffled conversation of neighbours sharing the day's events. In the sitting room at 221B, Holmes has arranged his pipe collection on the mantelpiece with the methodical attention he gives to organising evidence. Each pipe represents a different approach to thinking, and tonight's problem requires the sort of sustained, careful analysis that only his old briar root can properly support. Watson has settled into his chair with the evening edition of the Times, though his attention frequently drifts from the printed page to the problem that has taken residence in their sitting room, like an uninvited but fascinating guest. The newspaper rustles softly as he turns pages without really reading them, his mind occupied with considerations of codes and threats and missing brothers. Watson, Holmes says, lighting his pipe with the careful ritual that always precedes his deepest thinking. What did you make of the surveillance team in Russell Square? Watson sets aside his newspaper, recognising the tone that indicates Holmes is ready to share his preliminary theories. Professional, patient, well-coordinated, not the sort of watchers one employs for casual observation. Precisely, which suggests that whoever has taken Edward Grey commands significant resources, the ability to maintain surveillance, coordinate multiple operatives, arrange meetings through coded messages. This isn't the work of common criminals. Holmes draws on his pipe with satisfaction, the sweet smoke curling around his head like visible thoughts. Consider the pattern, Watson, a recruitment letter that identifies Edward as possessing specific expertise, a coded message arranging a clandestine meeting, professional surveillance to ensure compliance. This has all the hallmarks of an intelligence operation. Government intelligence, Watson asks, though his tone suggests he's already considered this possibility. Possible, but unlikely. Government operations rarely require the level of secrecy and intimidation we've observed. More likely, this is the work of private interests with access to professional resources, perhaps foreign agents operating on British soil. The implications of this assessment settle over the sitting room like smoke from Holmes's pipe, heavy with significance and complexity. Watson has enough military experience to understand the dangers associated with international intelligence operations, particularly those conducted outside official channels. The Macedonian cipher, Holmes continues, his voice taking on the dreamy quality that indicates his mind is pursuing connections across vast territories of knowledge. Macedonia was the homeland of Alexander the Great, whose empire extended from Greece to India. If someone has discovered or created a cipher based on Macedonian or Alexandrian historical sources, it might contain information of considerable value. What sort of information? Holmes pauses to relight his pipe, using the moment to organise his thoughts. Consider the possibilities, Watson. Alexander's empire encompassed territories that are still strategically important today. The Eastern Mediterranean, Asia Minor, parts of Central Asia. If ancient documents contained information about trade routes, geographical features, or political arrangements that remain relevant. Watson follows this line of reasoning to its logical conclusion. Such information could be valuable to modern governments or commercial interests operating in those regions. Exactly. And if Edward Grey's expertise in cryptographic analysis made him uniquely capable of decoding such information, that would explain both the recruitment and the extreme measures being taken to ensure his cooperation. The evening deepens outside their windows, and the sounds of Baker Street transition from day to night. Fewer footsteps on the pavement, the occasional clip-clop of a late hansom cab. the distant whistle of a train carrying passengers toward destinations that seem somehow more mysterious in the darkness. Holmes rises from his chair and moves to the window, gazing out at the fog-shrouded street with the alert attention of someone who has learned never to completely relax his vigilance. The yellow glow of the gas lamps creates islands of visibility in the grey murk, and shadows move between them with the fluid unpredictability of London's nocturnal life. "Holmes," Watson says quietly, "do you believe we're being watched here as well?" Holmes doesn't turn from the window immediately, instead continuing his surveillance of the street below with the patient thoroughness that such observations require. "I've seen the same figure pass beneath the street lamp 3 times in the past hour. Different coat each time, different hat, but the same height and gait. Professional surveillance, but not perfect. They're not accustomed to being observed by someone trained to notice such things." Watson joins Holmes at the window, positioning himself where he can observe without being easily seen from the street. The fog makes detailed observation difficult, but the movement of shadows and the rhythm of footsteps create patterns that trained observers can learn to interpret. "Should we be concerned about Miss Gray's safety?" Watson asks. "As long as she remains in this building, she should be relatively secure. Anyone attempting unauthorised entry would face several practical obstacles, and Mrs. Hudson has proven herself quite capable of deterring unwanted visitors through entirely legal means." Both men smile at this reference to their landlady's formidable ability to protect her domain through strategic deployment of domestic authority. Mrs. Hudson may appear to be simply a respectable widow maintaining proper standards, but she possesses the sort of practical intelligence that makes her a valuable ally in any circumstances requiring discretion and determination. The clock on the mantelpiece chimes 10 o'clock, its bronze voice marking another hour's passage in their investigation of Edward Gray's disappearance. The sound echoes through the sitting room with the patient persistence of time itself, indifferent to human urgency but somehow comforting in its reliability. Holmes returns to his chair and reaches for one of the books from his personal collection, a volume on ancient cryptographic methods that he consults when cases involve historical codes or ciphers. The book's pages show the wear of frequent reference, and Holmes opens it with the familiarity of long acquaintance. "Watson, listen to this," Holmes says, finding a particular passage that has caught his attention. According to this source, Alexander's court historians recorded their observations in a specialised notation system designed to prevent unauthorised reading. The system combined Greek letters with mathematical symbols and astronomical references. That would explain the complexity of the cipher Edward was asked to solve, Watson observes, and why his particular expertise was required. Holmes nods, continuing to read from the historical account. The notation system was deliberately obscure, comprehensible only to scholars who possessed knowledge of Greek mathematics, astronomy, and military engineering. It was used primarily for recording sensitive information about conquered territories, geographical features, resource locations, political arrangements that might prove useful for future military campaigns. The sitting room falls into comfortable silence as both men consider the implications of this information. Outside, the fog continues to thicken, and the sounds of evening London grow more muffled and distant. The gas lamps flicker occasionally in their fixtures, creating brief moments of dancing shadow that transform familiar objects into mysterious shapes. Holmes sets aside his book and reaches for another volume, this one dealing with modern applications of historical cryptographic methods. His reading is systematic and purposeful, searching for connections between ancient techniques and contemporary intelligence operations. "Here's something interesting," Holmes says after several minutes of concentrated reading. "There have been reports of archaeological discoveries in the Eastern Mediterranean, tablets and manuscripts that might contain previously unknown information about Alexander's administrative methods. If such documents have been discovered recently..." Watson follows this reasoning to its logical conclusion. Someone might be attempting to decode them for political or commercial advantage. Precisely. And if Edward Gray's reputation in cryptographic circles made him a logical choice for such work, that would explain both the recruitment letter and the extreme measures being taken to ensure his cooperation. The implications of this theory extend far beyond the simple case of a missing person, encompassing possibilities of international intrigue, archaeological theft, and the sort of complex political manoeuvring that Watson's military experience has taught him to regard with serious concern. "Holmes," Watson says carefully, "if we're dealing with an international intelligence operation, we may be in considerably more danger than we initially realised." Holmes acknowledges this possibility with a calm acceptance of someone who has faced such dangers before. "True, but we're also dealing with people who need Edward Grey alive and cooperative. That gives us both opportunity and leverage, provided we use them intelligently." The clock chimes 10:30, and the sounds from the street below have diminished to the occasional footstep and the distant rumble of late omnibuses carrying the last passengers of the evening toward their destinations. The fog has thickened enough to muffle most sounds, creating the peculiar silence that London fog brings, not the absence of noise, but its transformation into something softer and more mysterious. Holmes rises from his chair and moves to his desk, where he begins organising the various pieces of evidence they've collected. The coded message, the recruitment letter, the threatening note. Here's notes from their examination of Edward's rooms. Each piece represents a fragment of the larger puzzle, and Holmes arranges them with the methodical attention of someone constructing a logical argument from scattered premises. "Watson," he says, "tomorrow we'll begin with the British Museum, but I believe we should also pay a visit to Pemberton and Associates. If Edward's disappearance is connected to his professional reputation in cryptographic circles, his employer may have received inquiries about his expertise." Watson nods agreement, making mental notes about the practical arrangements such visits will require. "Should Miss Grey accompany us?" "To the museum, yes. Her presence might help identify anything connected to her brother's specific interests. But the visit to his workplace should be conducted without her. Employers are sometimes more forthcoming when family members aren't present. The evening settles deeper around Baker Street, bringing with it the profound quiet that comes when a great city finally exhales after holding its breath all day. The fog transforms familiar streets into landscapes of mystery and possibility, where every shadow might conceal either danger or discovery. Holmes returns to his pipe and his reading, though Watson notices that his friend's attention occasionally shifts to the window, maintaining awareness of their surroundings even while engaged in research. It's a habit that years of investigation have made automatic, the ability to think deeply while remaining alert to immediate circumstances. Watson takes up his own book, a medical journal that normally commands his complete attention, but tonight serves more as familiar comfort than actual reading material. His mind continues to work on the problem of Edward Grey's disappearance, testing theories against evidence, looking for patterns that might suggest solutions. The sitting room fills with the comfortable silence of two minds working on the same problem from different angles, each man contributing his particular expertise to their shared understanding. It's a partnership that has developed over years of collaboration, reaching the point where communication often occurs without words, through shared glances and understood implications. The clock on the mantelpiece continues its patient marking of time's passage, each chime a reminder that somewhere in London, Edward Grey waits for rescue while his captors pursue whatever agenda has made his expertise so valuable. The urgency of his situation provides weight to every moment, transforming their peaceful evening into a race against possibilities they can only imagine. As the hour approaches 11, Holmes sets aside his books and begins the process of banking the fire for the night. The flames settle into glowing coals that will provide warmth until morning, their red glow creating a circle of comfort in the gathering darkness. Tomorrow will be a significant day, Holmes observes, adjusting the fire screen with the careful attention of someone who understands the importance of proper preparation. We'll either confirm our theories about the nature of Edward's disappearance, or discover that we've been pursuing shadows while the real mystery lies elsewhere. Watson closes his medical journal and rises to prepare for the night, though he suspects that sleep will be elusive with so many unanswered questions occupying his mind. "Do you believe we'll find him, Holmes?" Holmes pauses in his evening routine, considering the question with the honesty that their friendship deserves. "I believe we'll find answers, Watson. Whether those answers include Edward Grey's safe return depends on factors we don't yet understand. But I'm cautiously optimistic. People who resort to threats and surveillance often do so because their position is weaker than they wish to appear." The gas lamps in the sitting room are turned down to their lowest setting, creating a gentle glow that provides enough light for navigation, while preserving the restful atmosphere that encourages sleep. Outside, the fog has thickened to the point where the street lamps appear as fuzzy orbs of light floating in grey emptiness, and the familiar sounds of Baker Street have been muffled into whispers and suggestions. Both men make their way to their respective bedrooms with the quiet movements of people who have learned to share living space with consideration for each other's rest. Holmes pauses at his door to make one final check of the window, ensuring that their watchers haven't been replaced by more aggressive surveillance, then disappears into his room with the satisfied air of someone who has accomplished a productive day's work, despite its unexpected complications. Watson performs his own evening routine with the methodical attention that military training has made habitual, but his mind continues to work on the puzzle that has taken residence in their sitting room. As he settles into bed, he finds himself listening to the sounds of the building around him. Mrs. Hudson moving about her quarters below, Miss Grey settling into the unfamiliar room above, the building itself creaking gently as it adjusts to the night's cooler temperatures. Sleep comes gradually, bringing with it dreams of ancient codes and modern dangers, of missing brothers and mysterious watchers, of fog-shrouded streets where shadows move with purpose that may be either friendly or hostile. London sleeps around them, but not peacefully. The great city never truly rests, only shifts into a different mode of consciousness, where ordinary rules become more flexible and extraordinary possibilities seem more plausible. The morning arrives with the gradual certainty of autumn sunrise, bringing pale light that slowly burns through the fog to reveal Baker Street in all its familiar Victorian detail. The buildings stand with their usual dignity. The street shows its normal early morning activity, and the gas lamps flicker out one by one as daylight assumes responsibility for illumination. Mrs. Hudson moves through the building with her characteristic efficiency, ensuring that breakfast will be ready when her tenants emerge from their rooms, and that the day's activities will begin with proper nutrition and hot tea. Her footsteps on the stairs create the gentle rhythm that signals the transition from night's mysteries to day's practical requirements. Holmes emerges from his bedroom already dressed and ready for the day's investigations, his movements carrying the focused energy of someone who has spent the night's quiet hours organising his thoughts and preparing his approach to complex problems. He moves to the window immediately, checking the street below for signs of continued surveillance. "They're still there," he reports as Watson joins him in the sitting room. Different individuals, but the same professional patience. Someone is very interested in our activities. Watson has brought his medical bag, anticipating that their investigations might lead them into situations where medical skills could prove useful. The bag sits ready near the door, a practical reminder that their comfortable sitting room serves as headquarters for ventures into London's less predictable territories. Miss Grey appears for breakfast looking rested but serious, her expression carrying the determined composure of someone who has accepted that her peaceful life has been temporarily suspended by circumstances beyond her control. She moves with quiet efficiency, clearly ready to contribute to whatever activities the day's investigation might require. "Have you formed any new theories about Edward's situation overnight?" she asks as they settle around the breakfast table. Holmes pours tea with the same methodical attention he gives to all activities that require precision. "Several possibilities have occurred to me, though they require testing against additional evidence. Today's visit to the British Museum should provide confirmation or contradiction of our working hypotheses. Mrs. Hudson has prepared a more substantial breakfast than usual, her way of ensuring that whatever dangers the day might hold, they'll be faced by properly nourished investigators. The warmth of fresh bread and the comfort of familiar domestic routine provide a peaceful counterpoint to the serious business that awaits them beyond Baker Street's protective walls." As they finish breakfast, Holmes reviews their plan for the day with the systematic attention of a military commander preparing for a complex operation. "Miss Grey, you'll accompany us to the museum, where your knowledge of Edward's interests may help identify relevant materials. Watson and I will then visit Pemberton and Associates while you return here to safety." Miss Grey nods her agreement, though Watson notices her hands tighten slightly around her teacup, at the reminder of the danger that makes such precautions necessary. Do you believe the museum visit might lead us to Edward directly? Unlikely, Holmes admits, but it may provide clues about where he was taken after the initial meeting. The more we understand about what his captors want from him, the better we can predict their next actions. The morning fog has begun to lift by the time they prepare to leave Baker Street, revealing a crisp October day with the sort of clear air that makes London's architecture appear sharp and defined against the sky. The street shows its normal morning activity. People heading to work, shopkeepers opening their establishments, the familiar rhythm of a great city beginning another day of commerce and conversation. Holmes conducts a final check of their preparations, ensuring that everyone understands their role in the day's activities and that emergency procedures are clear should circumstances become dangerous. It's a level of precaution that might seem excessive for a simple visit to a museum, but Watson's military experience has taught him that professional threats require professional responses. They emerge from 221B Baker Street into the clear morning air with the purposeful stride of people embarking on important business. The watchers are still in position, different individuals than the previous day, but maintaining the same patient surveillance that marks them as professionals rather than amateurs. Ignore them completely, Holmes instructs quietly as they walk toward the underground station. Professional watchers expect to be noticed occasionally, but they become concerned when their targets appear too aware of their presence. The underground carries them through London's hidden arteries toward their destination, with the familiar rhythm of mechanical progress. Miss Grey sits quietly between Holmes and Watson, her composure maintained through visible effort, but clearly determined to contribute whatever assistance she can to the search for her missing brother. As their train approaches the British Museum station, Holmes reviews their approach one final time. We're scholars conducting research into historical cryptographic methods. Miss Grey is assisting us by providing information about specific areas of interest. We're looking for materials that might connect to the Macedonian cipher mentioned in the recruitment letter. The British Museum reveals itself as they emerge from the underground, a magnificent testament to human achievement and intellectual curiosity, its classical architecture speaking of permanence and authority. The great columns and imposing facade create an impression of scholarly sanctuary, a place where knowledge is preserved and protected from the chaos of ordinary life. But as they approach the museum's entrance, Watson notices something that sends a chill of apprehension through his military-trained awareness of potential danger. Among the normal flow of visitors, tourists, scholars, families enjoying an educational outing, there are figures whose movements and positioning suggest professional surveillance. Holmes, Watson murmurs quietly. We're not the only ones interested in the museum today. Holmes follows Watson's subtle indication toward the figures that have caught his attention. Individuals whose casual presence doesn't quite conceal their alert observation of incoming visitors. They're positioned to observe everyone entering the museum while appearing to be simply waiting for friends or reading guidebooks. Indeed, Holmes replies quietly. It appears that someone anticipated our visit. The question is whether they're here to observe or to interfere. Miss Grey has noticed the tension in her companions' voices, though she doesn't yet understand its source. Is something wrong? Simply additional complications, Holmes assures her. Nothing we haven't dealt with before, but we'll need to be more careful about our activities inside the museum. They enter the British Museum with the casual movements of ordinary visitors, though each of them maintains awareness of their surroundings and the positioning of other people in the great entrance hall. The museum's atmosphere of scholarly calm provides a strange counterpoint to the undercurrent of tension that surveillance creates. The Egyptian collection draws crowds of fascinated visitors, families pointing excitedly at mummies and hieroglyphics, scholars taking careful notes, tourists posing for photographs beside ancient sarcophagi. The normal activity provides excellent cover for their own more specific purposes, though it also makes it difficult to identify which other visitors might be there for professional rather than educational reasons. Holmes leads them toward the Greek and Roman collections with the confident navigation of someone familiar with the museum's layout. His pace is unhurried but purposeful, that of a scholar who knows exactly what he's looking for and where to find it. The Roman collection occupies several large halls. its magnificent artefacts displayed with reverence due to objects that have survived nearly 2 millennia to tell their stories to modern observers. Marble statues stand in dignified poses, their classical features softened by time but still conveying the power and authority of the empire they represent. But it's the collection of inscriptions that draws Holmes's immediate attention. Stone tablets and marble fragments covered with Latin text that speak across centuries of Roman administration, military campaigns and daily life. The inscriptions range from official proclamations to personal memorials, each one a window into the thoughts and concerns of people whose bones have long since returned to dust. Here, Holmes says, stopping before a particular inscription that has caught his attention. Miss Gray, does this remind you of anything your brother might have mentioned? The inscription is carved into a marble fragment that once formed part of a larger monument. The Latin text speaks of military victories in distant provinces, of treasures brought back to Rome, of secrets preserved for the glory of the empire. But it's not the content that has interested Holmes. It's the location where the fragment was found. According to the museum's description, Holmes reads from the small placard beside the inscription. This fragment was discovered during recent excavations in Macedonia, part of a larger monument that may have recorded Alexander's administrative arrangements for conquered territories. Miss Gray studies the inscription with growing excitement. Edward would have been fascinated by this. He's always been interested in the intersection between ancient history and modern cryptographic methods. Watson has been observing their surroundings while Holmes and Miss Gray examined the inscription, and now he draws their attention to something troubling. Holmes, we're being watched. 3 individuals positioned to observe this entire section of the collection. Holmes glances around with apparent casualness, his trained eye immediately identifying the watchers Watson has noticed. They're positioned strategically, one near the entrance to the hall, one at the far end, one in the centre where he can observe the entire space. Professional placement, suggesting coordinated surveillance rather than casual observation. Time to test a theory, Holmes murmurs, moving toward another section of the collection with deliberate purpose. He leads them to a display case containing ancient coins and small artefacts, including several items that the museum's description identifies as coming from Macedonian archaeological sites. The display is arranged to show the evolution of coinage and administrative symbols across different periods of classical history. Holmes studies the display with intense concentration, his attention focused on a particular coin that bears the symbol they've seen before, a circle containing a stylized letter M. The coin is identified as coming from the court of Alexander the Great, used for official transactions and administrative records. The symbol, Miss Gray whispers, recognizing the connection immediately. It's the same one that appeared on the letters Edward received. Yes, Holmes confirms quietly, which suggests that whoever is using that symbol wants to establish a connection with ancient Macedonian authority. It's either historically authentic or a very sophisticated forgery. Watson has continued monitoring their watchers, and now he notices something that increases his concern. Holmes, one of them, is moving closer, and he's signalling to the others. Holmes straightens from his examination of the coin display, his decision made with the quick certainty that dangerous situations require. Miss Gray, we're leaving immediately. Stay close to Watson, and if anything unusual happens, follow his instructions without question. They move toward the exit with the purposeful pace of visitors who have completed their research and are ready to return to other activities. But Watson notices that their watchers are moving as well, positioning themselves to intercept or follow as circumstances might require. The museum's entrance hall becomes a stage for careful manoeuvring as they navigate toward the exit while their watchers attempt to maintain surveillance without revealing their intentions. Other visitors continue their educational pursuits, unaware that they're witnessing a delicate game of observation and evasion. Holmes pauses near the information desk, apparently consulting a museum guidebook, while actually observing the positioning of their watchers and calculating the best route for departure. His casual stance conceals rapid mental preparation for various contingencies. The main entrance is covered, he murmurs to Watson, but there's a staff entrance near the loading dock that might provide an alternative exit. Watson nods understanding, his military training having prepared him for exactly this sort of tactical situation. Miss Grey, we're going to walk toward the museum shop, then turn suddenly toward a different exit. Stay between Holmes and me, and be ready to move quickly if necessary. They begin their movement toward the museum shop with the casual pace of visitors considering purchases, but Watson can feel the tension in the air as their watchers adjust their positions to maintain visual contact. The entrance hall seems larger than usual, every step feeling exposed and vulnerable. Suddenly Miss Grey stops walking, her attention caught by something that has appeared in the entrance hall. "Edward!" she calls out, her voice carrying across the space with the joy of unexpected recognition. Watson spins to follow her gaze, and indeed there is a figure near the main entrance who bears a striking resemblance to the description Miss Grey has provided of her brother. Tall, scholarly in appearance, carrying himself with the careful precision she has described as characteristic of Edward's movements. But Holmes grabs Miss Grey's arm before she can move toward the figure. "No," he says urgently. "Look more carefully." Under Holmes's direction, Miss Grey observes the figure more systematically, and her initial joy transforms into confusion and then concern. The man does resemble Edward, but his movements are wrong, too stiff, too deliberate, lacking the natural ease that long familiarity would make unmistakable. It's not Edward, she realises, her voice carrying disappointment and a new understanding of the situation's complexity, but the resemblance is deliberately intended to be noticed. A decoy, Watson confirms, his military experience recognising the tactic immediately, designed to provoke exactly the reaction you just had. Holmes has used Miss Grey's moment of recognition to observe their watchers' responses, and what he sees confirms his growing understanding of the situation's scope and sophistication. The watchers weren't surprised by the decoy's appearance. This entire scenario was planned. We were meant to come here, meant to see the inscription and the coin, meant to encounter the false Edward. The implications of this realization transform their understanding of the morning's events. They haven't been conducting an investigation so much as following a carefully laid trail, led by professional manipulators toward conclusions that serve someone else's agenda. "We're leaving immediately," Holmes decides, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to making quick decisions under pressure, but not by any route they've prepared for us. He leads them away from all the obvious exits, instead heading deeper into the museum toward areas typically restricted to staff and researchers. Watson follows, positioned to protect Miss Grey while maintaining awareness of pursuit, his hand resting casually near the pocket where he keeps his service revolver. The museum's behind-the-scenes areas present a different face from the public galleries, narrower corridors, storage rooms filled with artifacts awaiting display, offices where curators and researchers conduct the scholarly work that gives meaning to the museum's collections. It's a maze of functionality hidden behind the classical facade. Holmes navigates these corridors with the confidence of someone who has made it his business to understand the hidden geography of important London buildings. His knowledge extends beyond what casual visiting would provide, suggesting previous investigation or professional consultation. They emerge through a staff entrance into an alley behind the museum, where delivery trucks and service vehicles provide the practical support that keeps the institution functioning. The sudden transition from classical grandeur to industrial necessity creates a jarring but welcome sense of escape from the surveillance they've left behind. "A hansom," Watson suggests, spotting an available cab on the street beyond the alley. No, Holmes decides immediately. They'll have anticipated that and positioned people to follow. We'll take the underground again, but from a different station. They make their way through London's back streets with the careful navigation of people who understand they're being hunted by professionals. The morning's clear air has given way to increasing cloud cover, and the threat of rain adds urgency to their movement. The underground station at Russell Square provides anonymous sanctuary, its bustling activity creating perfect cover for people who need to disappear into the crowd. As they wait for their train, Holmes reviews the morning's discoveries with the systematic attention of someone extracting maximum information from limited evidence. "We've learned several important things," he tells Miss Grey as their train approaches. "The symbol on the letters is authentic or expertly forged. The connection to Macedonian archaeology is real, and most importantly, Someone has gone to extraordinary lengths to manipulate our investigation. Miss Grey absorbs this information with the serious attention it deserves. But does this bring us any closer to finding Edward? Yes, Holmes assures her, though not in the way we originally anticipated. We now know that Edward's disappearance is part of a much larger operation, one that involves significant resources and sophisticated planning. That knowledge changes our approach to finding him. The train carries them back toward Baker Street through London's underground arteries, past stations whose names have become familiar landmarks in their personal geography of investigation and discovery. The rhythm of wheels on rails provides a peaceful counterpoint to the morning's tension, creating space for reflection and planning. As they emerge from Baker Street Station, Holmes conducts his usual surveillance check, confirming that they've successfully evaded their watchers for the moment. The familiar streets around their home base provide a sense of security, though Holmes knows that such security is temporary when dealing with professional opponents. Mrs. Hudson greets their return with tea and the sort of practical concern that expresses itself through ensuring that people engaged in dangerous activities maintain their strength through proper nutrition. Her questions about their morning's activities are asked with the discretion of someone who understands that some information is better left unshared. Once they're settled in the sitting room, Holmes spreads out his notes from the museum visit alongside the evidence they collected the previous day. The pattern that emerges reveals the sophistication of the operation they're opposing, but also suggests possible vulnerabilities in their opponent's approach. Watson, Holmes says, I believe our next step should be that visit to Pemberton and Associates. If Edward's employer has been contacted about his cryptographic expertise, they may have information about who made such inquiries. Watson nods agreement, checking his pocket watch to ensure they'll arrive during normal business hours. Should we expect the same sort of professional attention we encountered at the museum? Possibly, but Pemberton and Associates represents a different sort of target. A legal firm handling property transfers and document preparation, much more difficult to infiltrate or manipulate than a public institution like the museum. Miss Grey watches these preparations with the mixed emotions of someone whose fate depends on others' actions. Will you be able to tell me anything about what you discover? Everything that might help us locate Edward, Holmes assures her, but some information might be too dangerous to share immediately. Your safety depends on your captors believing you know only what they've chosen to reveal. The afternoon stretches before them with the promise of new discoveries and possible dangers, each hour bringing them closer to understanding the true scope of Edward Grey's disappearance and the international forces that have made his expertise so valuable. Outside Baker Street's windows, London continues its daily routine, unaware that somewhere within its vast expanse, a missing cryptographer holds the key to secrets that powerful people are willing to kill, to possess or protect. The fog begins to gather again as evening approaches, transforming familiar streets into landscapes of mystery, where every shadow might conceal either rescue or danger. What tales would you like me to whisper into your dreams next? Share your requests in the comments below, and let these gentle narratives carry you toward peaceful slumber, wherever in the world you may be listening.